I'm just going to talk for a few minutes. Ready?
Guys are going to the tutorial.
Our movement is unstoppable, a social world is possible.
Of the kind of things that have been happening amongst the world leaders at Cop26 this week, right? I'm sure it will be a relief to all of us. Climate change is virtually solved because Boris Johnson chose to rent his suit performatively for one day of the climate conference. Round of applause for Boris, am I right? Booing is acceptable. Joe Biden, Mr. Build Back Better, I got voted in instead of Donald Trump, so I'm going to solve the climate crisis, slept through a good portion of the proceedings. Let's hear it for Joe. And Jeff Bezos, the world's favorite billionaire, was so generous to donate $2 billion of his vast fortunes to the climate change effort. He paid $5.5 billion just to spend 4 minutes in space. Let's hear it for Jeff. Jeff Bezos made the point at the Cop26 when he was making this speech about his great generosity, that his time in space, seeing the Earth from up there, made him realize the gravity of the climate crisis. That's not the luxury all of us had. Do you know how we experienced the climate crisis? This summer in China, 302 people died in historic floods. 14 of those people were actually in a subway train. The water was rising up past their necks. They were making their last phone calls to loved ones. That's how they knew there was a climate crisis. Thanks, Jeff. 180 people this month in Nepal and India have died from historic floods. On the continent of Africa, 226.7 million people are experiencing food scarcity today. Thanks a lot, Jeff. It's great that you had to go to space to realize there was a climate crisis. Pull your head, the amount that they're just removed from reality is astonishing. And it's not an accident that they're removed from a reality, right? These people's profits, these people's choice to the system which is driven by profit, which is driven by competition, is the source of the climate crisis. They are always going to cut corners. They are always going to choose their money, their ability to live in penthouses and mansions over what is needed for the earth and for normal people. Yes. And the politicians, they're the representatives. They are the representatives of the elite. They are not our representatives. Even when they get voted in by us with their fake promises for climate justice. We say enough with the blah, blah, blah. It is time for real climate action. The resources exist in society right now for us to begin making tremendous change that can slow the process of climate change, that can actually create livable futures for us. But what do they say? We have to compromise. They're not compromising, we're compromising. It's our futures that are being stolen. They will be able to escape the worst effects of the climate crisis while we suffer, while the global poor suffer, while the neo-colonial world suffers. Enough is enough. Can I hear you if you think enough is enough and we need climate action now? Let me hear you. This can feel like a big task that we're taking on. It's literally the future of the planet. It's literally our ability to exist on this planet. But it is absolutely essential. And we can do it. All of these young people out here who are leading the way, who are leaving school, who are adopting the workers' tactic of a strike, are showing us that we can do it, that the will is there, that the power of the people is there, right? But we have to link up all the different struggles in order to do it. We have to bring in workers. We have to bring in activists on gender-based violence, on LGBT plus issues, on Black Lives Matter. And in fact, I'm sure a lot of you were at the Black Lives Matter protest last summer, right? We know that all these struggles are the same struggle. And I echo Greta Thunberg's call to get workers on board. I mean, they are on board, right? But to use their tremendous power to halt society so that our demands are heard. So it's no more blah, blah, blah from the politicians while our lives get crushed, but that they are forced to take action because we've brought the system to its knees. We've seen that happening in different strikes across the United States. We've seen it in South Korea with a general strike. But today, I'm calling on any workers right now, any members of trade unions. It is time to bring the climate protests into the workplace now. Join the students out here. This is how we will push for real change. We need free to expanded public transport. We need nationalized energy. We need nationalized and also democratically controlled and operated energy industry. We need massive investment into green energy. Will they do this? No. They will not do this unless we force them to do it. So if you're interested, if you're here and you like what I'm saying, you agree, talk to a member of International Socialist Alternative. We're here from all over the world, right? And these are the kinds of things we're hoping to organize. This is the kind of struggle we're hoping to build, not just in Scotland, but all over the world and over 30 countries where we have activists. So thanks very much.
So we're the International Socialist Alternative. We have people from 30 countries here. And so we're going to hear from Archie, who's from Scotland, who's a former fossil fuel worker. We're going to hear from someone from Israel, Palestine, and Belgium. So give it up for Archie.
Hello everyone, I'm Archie, I live in Glasgow, and I used to be an oil rig worker, but I was very fortunate and I made the transition from climbing oil rig derricks to working on wind turbines. I now work fully in renewables. The change is possible, the technology is there, and the only thing that is holding us back is the profit motives of the system we are in. I've worked on oil rigs for a long time. Everybody there knows what's coming. We know we have to make a green revolution. They're just scared. They're scared of starvation wages. So they want good green jobs, and it will require a green revolution, and that will require socialism. I've seen the technology. It exists. We can do this. You know, all of it is possible. I'm living proof that you can make the change from the rigs to the wind turbines. And I think if you look at the great history of Glasgow, like Jimmy Reid at Red Clydeside, we've got a great workers' struggle history here, and we can work together, show people power and show our leaders what we need to make this green revolution and the green transition to a renewable future. It's not a case that we have to stick working on the rigs. We can make the change, and I think we really should. It's just a short message from me saying that it is possible and we should do it and we have to do it. Thank you.
Climate change is a war of the rich against the poor. Climate change is a war of the rich against the poor. Climate change is a war of the rich against the poor.
Of the rich against the poor.
Of the rich against the poor. Okay, thank you, thank you. So next we're going to hear from Odile from Belgium. Give it up.
Hello everyone. We are all here for a very obvious reason. We struggle against climate change. We are here to say very clearly to all the diligents that come here at the Cop26 and all the people here in the streets, we must act now. The Cop21 wanted us to stay below an augmentation of 1.5 degrees. That can't be. This is now impossible. 100 companies are responsible of 70% of the pollution. 100 companies are responsible of 70% of pollution. We must expropriate the climate criminals. We must nationalize their companies to control them. We must know who the real enemy is. Not us, not the people who, as they say, consume too much, but them, the bosses, the CEO and the capitalists. The capitalist government will always protect the interest of a minority. They don't care about climate change, they don't care about our lives, and they don't care about our deaths. To say that ordinary people as you and I are responsible of climate crisis is hypocrite. If we want people to stop using their car, we must have free public transport. A new society is necessary. A society democratically planned when every man and every woman has a word to say. We are the one who can tackle the problem of climate crisis. We are the one who can build another society. If you want to help to plan a better society, a socialist society, join Socialist Alternative International.
Let's do some chants. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Climate change is at the door.
5, 6, 7, 8. Organize and demonstrate. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Climate change is at the door.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Organize and demonstrate.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Climate crisis at the door.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Organize and demonstrate.
1, 2, 3, change.
We say system change.
They say climate change.
We say system change.
They say climate change.
We say system change.
They say climate change.
We say system change.
Woo! We have the International Socialist Alternative. If you agree with all the speakers you've heard so far, come and join our contingents. Talk to one of us. Sign up to come to our meetings, to talk to a socialist activist. Thank you.
All right, so next up we're going to hear from Ophir from Israel Palestine, who just got in yesterday morning after a 2-day travel just to be at this event.
Alright. Hi everybody. Alright, capitalism is a global system. So we need to organize on a global level. That's why we in ISA organize from all over the world. I'm from Israel Palestine, where we fight against climate change as well as the oppression and the occupation. For years now, we've been fighting on the streets with youth and students, with strikes that stop the whole education system. Because we understand, and they understand, that we have the power to shut the system down. We need to take this understanding and bring it to the workplaces, organize and unionize an economic strike. We need to hit capitalist system where it hurts the most, their profits. We are seeing this in Israel right now. Bus drivers are on strike, Arab and Jews together, demanding fair wages and long-term contracts. They also recognize the connection between their work in public transportation and the fight against climate change. This is the time, right here and right now, in the most important climate conference ever. Organize with us in the ISA. Leave your contact info if you haven't already, and fight with us to bring down the capitalistic system, but also build a strong socialist alternative. Thank you.
Our planet! Our planet! Our planet! Our planet! Our planet! Our planet! Global warming is a war! Global warming is a war! Global warming is a war! Global warming is a war!
Okay, so we've got these really nice bite-sized speeches for you. So we've got 3 more, and then we're going to move on to, hopefully start chanting and marching. So we've got Lisa from Belgium, then we have Dominic from Northern Ireland, and then Leah is going to close us out. So go ahead, Lisa.
Hello everyone. I'm Lisa. I'm from Belgium. Today I'm here not only with people from Belgium, but with people from Austria, Germany, Israel, Palestine. So we're very happy to be here because we want the protests we saw all over the world. We want to continue it here today. In Belgium, for example, in 2019 there were huge school strikes, and we hope today the process will continue here, but also in Belgium and in other countries. And we think this protest is not a protest just for the climate, but also against sexism, against racism, and against LGBTQI+ phobia. We think this is a protest against the system, against capitalism. Thank you.
Alright, so next up we've got Dominic from Northern Ireland, who is a high school student. I'm American, so we say high school. I don't know what you'll say here exactly. Hi, give it up for Dominic.
I am here today out of school because the world is experiencing a crisis on a scale that we have never seen before. The global climate catastrophe. A time when our oceans are on fire, our cities are becoming flooded, and temperatures are at deadly record highs. And young people, my peers and I, we are at the front of it all. We are the ones who are suffering, and we are the ones who are being blamed. From primary school, we have been told to turn off our lights, turn off the tap when we're brushing our teeth, take showers and little baths, in a pointless attempt to try and combat this climate catastrophe. And yet all this stuff is happening. The temperatures continue to break record highs. Our cities are becoming flooded. And why? What did we do wrong? And to that I'd say, we did nothing wrong. Why should we be to blame? Why should we be to blame when the electric vehicle industry, the so-called proclaimed solution to the vehicle carbon emission problem, from 17.5 tons of carbon dioxide into the air for every car they make? Why should we be to
I knew the
try to be sensitive.
Don't be a fossil fuel! Yes! Don't be working the same minute and when it's not when you won't. Don't be a fossil fuel! Yes! Yes! Don't be a fossil fuel, guys! Hey, hey! Yes!
If you are marching, go quickly to the back. If you are marching, go okay, folks, let's keep moving. We're going to keep moving to the traffic light. Keep moving. Keep moving to the traffic light. Okay, folks, just take another step back there, please. Take a step back, please. Take a step back, please. Thank you.
Y tiembla,
want to join the march, if you are marching, please go further down the road. Anybody who wants to join the march, please head further down towards the back. If you are in the march, head further down towards the back. Thank you very much. space behind you now. Move back into it, please.
No more
to the side. Off the roadway, folks, keep moving back. Officers, hold the line. Officers, hold the line. Off the roadway, folks, please, off the roadway. Officers, stop moving. Start walking, hold the line. Move back. Keep moving back, folks, off the roadway. Keep moving back off the roadway, please. Keep moving back. Move back off the roadway. Keep moving back, folks. Keep moving back. Keep moving back, folks. Move back, please. Keep moving back, folks. Keep moving back. Officer, maintain your line. Keep your line, folks. Go left or right. Off the road, please. This is the end of the line for the press. Left or right. That's the direction. Go. Left to the press. Press. Move over to the left. I'm fine. Move over to the left. Outside. Sorry. Got to keep moving. Keep moving back off the roadway. Move back off the roadway now.
La Cina al break. Just walk right behind me. Once you're done, guys, can you just clear the path, please? Thank you.
Keep moving, folks.
Big man, just going stone over there. It's not going to stop. Stop the road.
Guys, please, go off the road now. On the pavement. Lui si collega a questo.
Call the police! There is a climate crime! Call the police! There is a climate crime! Scenes of crime everywhere on earth! Scenes of crime everywhere on earth! Call the police! There is a climate crime! 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 Scenes of crime everywhere on earth! Call the police!
Go on the pavement, please.
height. She's in the middle there. She's absolutely brilliant.
Not one more. They defend the.
Right guys, keep moving. Come on. Keep going, thank you. Keep going back.
Fellas, can you go to the pavement, please? Sorry.
Stop it! Stop it!
See, I would let that happen.
Oh gosh, there's so many people! Oh my god! So many people! Like everywhere! I'm just like, this is like... What?
Y tiembla fertilista.
okay if I get a shot from the front?
Yeah. He's the one that does the side. He's with us, yeah. He is with us.
Okay.
I had whiskey for breakfast. get a photograph and you go to the left and right of the pavement, what's the part? alle deutlich, servus. So, Stephen, it's 2 past the hour. 2 minutes past the hour. And 15 seconds. So a quick one question answer. Or maybe not if I don't get the point. Get to the point.
You better call me on my mobile, that would be much more handier. But it's impossible to do that. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. Oh, perfect. Thanks, man. Cheers.
Hey folks, the march is on its way. It's very close to George Square. We'll be with you in a few minutes. I hear it's still tuned back to Charing Cross.
Workers and the GMB trade union.
Can you wish, please? You will get Greta. Wait, please. Until while we're waiting, can we do some chants and can this time respond with climate justice, please? What do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Do we have any of our speakers answers along with us? Okay, our next speaker is Sofia Gutierrez. Amazing.
International community, especially from the Global North. My name is Sofia Gutierrez. I'm a climate justice activist from Colombia. When people ask me, why do we fight? They expect me to say, for the future generations. But no, I fight for the generations of today, because we can think or dream of a tomorrow. I grew up in the context of an armed conflict, where lives continued at the same time as the violence increased. For me and many Colombians, my bedtime stories were the stories of my grandmother telling me how she and her family had to run away from the violence in the countryside. Hearing that those who stayed were killed, growing with fear, but with a sense of fighting for justice and craving for change. Because for us, fighting is a need and not a choice. But they weren't only stories. They are still being lived by people from the most vulnerable areas of Colombia, where people don't have time to fear because they need to fight back. They need to stop the destructions of their communities from exploitation and war at the same time. Fear isn't allowed to be felt when you have a gun right next to your head for you to leave your territory. So once again, the global north can get richer. During this week of Cop26, I've heard so many so-called world leaders giving financial support to countries like mine, that with bare minimum support, they expect for everything to be fine, while they continue to see our countries as territory of conquest and exploitation. For the past few weeks, I've been striking for the first time in my life without needing to worry about either fighting to be heard or suffer from police brutality. Because for us, going back home was the dream.
Why are you here? If you want climate justice,
And still, as a climate activist from the city, I have the privilege of having that dream. But yet, the defenders on the front lines don't have anywhere else to go. Their fight never ends until the life does. Colombia is the world's most dangerous country to be an environmental defender. Last year, 65 environmental defenders were killed. And even my president, Iván Duque, forgot to say that to all of you. He forgot about the people he's supposed to protect. Yes, Duque, I'm talking to you. Y de esto te hablo, viejo. And COP will end. And you'll all go back home today and continue with your lives. But I hope you don't. I hope you always have in mind what countries like mine are facing every day. I hope you join the fight and stop the climate crisis, because we need for you to end what you started. And dear world leaders, I hope that you use the power that you have to make the right choices. Because right now, you're using it to spill blood in countries like mine. You have the responsibility and the privilege to end this.
So what are you waiting for? Haven't you realized that we don't have more time? We can't handle it anymore. It's in your hands to change the world, but you're not doing it. We need a systemic change, because for us, people over profit, it's a need and not a choice. And no, nothing has changed. Everything is just getting worse. Start acting so we can have the chance to even dream of a tomorrow, because you owe it to us. Let us dream.
Essential that we remember that people are experiencing this right now, all over the world. People are dying now. And there are people who are causing that death. So with that, I would like to bring up Aisha Siddiqa to talk from Polluted Out. Aisha?
Mic check. Okay, before I talk, I have friends in the back who are speakers. So Helena, the Gualinga family, if you guys aren't in the back, can you please make space for them? Okay. Alright. So, my name is Aisha Siddiqa. I come from northern region of Pakistan, right under the Himalayan mountains, and besides the Chenab River. In my culture, we are taught from an early age that the earth is a conscious being, that it is aware of each human and animal that resides on it, from the ants to the elephants. And the earth not only feels our footsteps, but is aware of the tone with which we take them. It knows when we tread on it with arrogance and disdain and commit atrocities on it. And it keeps a record. We learn that we are as close to the earth as we once were to the wombs of our mother. Just like animals and plants, humans evolved to survive in their specific habitats. There is symbiosis between the mountain people and the mountains, between the river dwellers and the river, and between the desert and the people of the desert. That when they are removed or forced to leave, the feeling of loss is mutual and is felt both by the earth and the displaced. That the sense of homelessness is one of the most violent pains one man can inflict on another. That we are mere visitors, passers-by, and when we return to the earth, we go empty-handed. I became involved in the climate movement not because I wanted to protect the environment, although that is a very important and necessary reason. I became involved because the global north has slaughtered, bombed, and starved my people to death in the name of oil. It has robbed them of family and of funerals. The Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia is home to more than half of the world's crude oil and a third of its natural gas reserves. The United States did not wage war out of old-fashioned imperial calculation or ambition. American and UK oil wars have not been about establishing direct control over oil fields or about liberation or freedom. They have been primarily driven by the desire to make control over vital resources, generate profit for war profiteers, and establish international hegemony while forcing most of the world into economic subservience. Sorry, English is not my first language. To achieve this goal, it has assassinated both Democrats and dictators, targeted reactionary governments and revolutionary movements, and created apartheid regimes all over the Middle East and South Asia. The U.S. Department of Defense has a larger annual carbon footprint than most countries on Earth, and it also is the single largest polluter on Earth. Its military presence in my region has cost the United States over $8 trillion since 1976. It has contributed to the destruction of environments in Afghanistan, Iraq, Iran, the Greater Persian Gulf, and Pakistan. Not only have Western-induced wars led to spikes in the carbon emissions, they have led to use of depleted uranium, and they have caused poisoning of air and water, and have led to birth defects, cancer, and suffering of thousands of people. Oftentimes, when an interviewer asks me, what are your hopes for the future, it takes every iota of hope for me to make a bet on humanity. I don't have the heart to tell them that oftentimes I see nothing but blankness when I look at tomorrow. I find myself stumbling here in time as a witness and as a participant. This is what happens when you keep surviving while the people around you die. I've lost a 19-year-old cousin, a 7-year-old cousin, both my grandparents to polluted water, to greed and destruction. My people's heads have been torn from their bodies, limbs severed all over the floor. Everything I could have lost, I already have. That's why it often makes me an unwanted candidate on big platforms. History has done more damage to my people than my words can to my reputation, and all I've got are my words. If you kill us, that is okay. We'll come back as different brown children with the same eyes and the same hair. Death isn't nothing. We're still waiting. And you cannot make us no more of the nobodies than you already have. I will leave you today with a poem I wrote at a time when I desperately needed hope. It can be hard to imagine a world that doesn't exist when everything and everyone is telling you to give up. But I am in the business of holding people's hands in my palms and asking them to bet on a tomorrow. Hope is a terrifying affair, but one we must make space for. This is the poem. It's called On Another Panel About Climate, They Ask Me to Sell the Future, but all I've got is a love poem. What if the future is so soft and revolution is so kind that there is no end to us in sight? Whole cities breathe and bad luck is bested by a promise to the leaves. To withstand your own end is difficult. The future frolics about, promise to no one, as is her right. Rage against injustice makes the voice grow harsher yet. If the future leaves without us, the silence that will follow will be an unspeakable nothing. What if we convince her to stay? How rare and beautiful it is that we exist. What if we stun existence one more time? When I wake up, get out of bed, my 7-year-old cousin with a ruptured belly tags along. Then follows my grandmother, aunts, my other cousins, and the violent shape of their drinking water. The earth remembers everything. Our bodies are the color of the earth, and we are nobodies. Been born from so many apocalypses. What's one more? Love is still the only revenge. It grows each time the earth is set on fire. But for what it's worth, I'd do this again. Gamble on humanity 100 times over. Commit to life, onto life, as the trees fall and take us with them. I'd follow love into extinction. Thank you, everybody.
I think that was absolutely beautiful. I don't know about you guys. Okay, first things first. If you are a speaker, can you please go to Yaz at the back? He's waving black and white high-vis. Can everyone else please make way for them to go through? It's really crucial that we get all our incredible speakers up here. Next up, we have Adrima Filete from Brazil.
Imagining waking up in the middle of the night with the wind blowing out at your window. It's another cyclone that has arrived. Your clothes are wet, you pick up your brothers and run. Your house is underwater. You don't know your native language because it was taken for you before you were born. Your ancestors were kidnapped and raped. They trying to whiten the population by raping and killing your people. Now your name is Italian, German, Portuguese, Spanish. They took everything from you. At 6 years old, men will already try to exploit your body. You grow up with your own lands under attack and exploitation. They want everything. You, your family, your territory, your life. Lost your home is normal in this system. Running out of food, seeing your brothers and sisters with stomach pain from hunger. It's the system. This is not just my story. It is a story of many indigenous and Brazilians who continue to be marginalized and silenced. Tell their stories. Remember their names. We are not just numbers. We have been killed from years. We have been suffering by this system and by this climate crisis from years. One more thing. I ask you to look at Brazil. Our president, Jair Bolsonaro, is not here because he doesn't have the capacity to handle all of his lies. Because he's lying all the time. He's lying about Brazilian people. He's lying about our good preservation of our forest. Liar, liar, our forests are on fire. We are in an emergency. Our country is collapsing, paying debts from the global north and suffering for the government's genocidal policies. Global North, global leaders, Bolsonaro, we will not let you destroy us. The fight continues to the last drop of blood. Nadie es ilegal en tierra robada. Ninguém é ilegal em terra roubada. No one is illegal on stolen land.
I'll just repeat the end of that one. No one is illegal on stolen land. Our land defenders are crucial to this fight. Next up is Evelyn from Uganda. Woo!
Hello. Hi everyone. I hope you're all fine. I know it's really cold, but thank you all for joining us. My name is Evelyn Acham. I'm a climate activist from Uganda. Uganda is located in Africa, and Africa is one of the countries that are experiencing some of the worst impacts of the climate crisis. And yet, we are not responsible for the current impacts that are already becoming so bad. We emit very little CO2. very little CO2 emissions, but we are suffering some of the worst impacts. People are dying from floods, disasters like droughts that are drying up people's crops, people's food. Uganda heavily depends on agriculture for food and water. But again, agriculture depends on the natural systems. That means people are left hungry with nothing to eat or nothing to drink. We are here today to demand for justice from the leaders, because we are not responsible as people from Africa, and yet most times we are not being heard. Our voices are not being heard. Our voices are left behind. We are not on the front pages. Why is that so? I'm happy to be here to speak up for so many people back at home who are suffering, who have no hope for a future. Children are dropping out of school because schools have been washed away by floods. Schools have been destroyed, and we do not see the climate finance that was promised to be given to the people that have already been affected by the climate crisis. How long is this going to happen? Children do not have a hope for school. Girls are dropping out of school, and in the end, they have to be given away for marriage in exchange for bride price. Why do we have to go through this? How long shall we do this? How long shall we see this happening? We are here to tell the leaders today that for us in Africa and the global south, the present is already catastrophic for us. We cannot wait for more 5 years or 10 years. We want justice right now. We want you to start by uprooting the systems that are already destroying our planet. Uproot the systems. Stop investing in any new fossil fuel projects. You need to stop now, because if you continue this, we will not be able to achieve the 1.5 degrees target. We want you to stop. We want you to listen to us. Uproot the systems that have already destroyed our planet and do the right thing. Put the people and the planet above the profit, because money will be useless on the dead planet. We cannot eat money. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have someone from our second one from the UK, is Michaela Loach from the Stop Campbell campaign, and she's also one of the young people taking the UK government to court on climate change. Woo!
Oh wow, there's a lot of people. Last week, my heart was broken by the people inside that COP building, by the world leaders who steal our sacred words and use them to defend and uphold the oppressive systems of capitalism and white supremacy, who tell us that action needed to prevent sea level rise engulfing my ancestral home in Jamaica is impossible or not practical. In this heartbreak, fear and despair, I felt weak. But I will allow myself the space for my heart to break, so that the gold of community can be poured into those cracks and make it stronger. Make it bigger, because every time my heart breaks, it is made stronger. The antidote to despair is not to run away or ignore the realities of the societal violence around us. It is not to ignore the violence of our siblings on the front lines who experience at the hands of the neo-colonial fossil fuel companies. It is not to ignore the hypocrisy of the UK government, the hosts of this conference, who prop up these violent fossil fuel companies with £4 billion of our public money in subsidies. This same government who are trying to approve the Cambo oil field and 39 other oil and gas projects at a time when the IEA and the IPCC have said that we can have no new investment in oil and gas if we want a livable future. This is worse than hypocrisy. It is violence. In the face of this violence and despair, we cannot give up. We cannot be overwhelmed. We must act. These are last resort times. So do whatever you can and be audacious about how incredible the future we can create can be. We have to believe that we can achieve it. We must demand an end to capitalism. We must demand an end to white supremacy. We must demand black liberation. We must abolish prisons and the police. We must demand total liberation for all of us, because that is climate justice. Our demands cannot be toned down or palatable. They should worry, disrupt, and challenge the status quo. They should be transformational, because what other choice do we have? To sit by and let this happen? We must use all the tools we have. We must do all that we can, because change is not passive. As Rebecca Solnit says, hope comes from action. It's not a lottery ticket that we sit on the sofa hoping that we'll be lucky. It's an axe we use to break down doors with in an emergency. We are that axe. We will break down those doors together, and we must. This goes beyond these 2 weeks in Glasgow. We must keep up momentum. 3 weeks from now, on the 8th of December, alongside Karen van Sweden and Jeremy Cox, I will be taking the UK government to court over the North Sea oil and gas subsidies I mentioned before. We will hold them accountable. And with the support from all of you here for the Pay to Pollute campaign, we will end public payments for big polluters. We will win, because the power is with the people, the power is with all of us. Thank you.
It is so important that we hold our leaders accountable to this crisis, especially the UK government, which is historically one of the biggest emitters. Up next, from Youth for Climate Argentina, we have Nina.
Hi everyone, I'm Nina Sosnitsky from Jóvenes por el Clima Argentina, Youth for Climate. I'm from Tucumán, a province in the north of my country, which is the poorest in the northwest, with a 46.2% poverty rate. In Tucumán, 30,000 families don't have access to drinking water, and in Argentina, 3.5 million people have no access to safe and drinkable water either. Last year, we saw news everywhere that water began to be listed on the Wall Street market. We are talking about the most basic human right of all. Water cannot be a commercial privilege. The members of an original community in Salta, north of Tucumán, have to walk several kilometers to find drinking water. On top of that, the only containers to carry water that they have access to are empty glyphosate shards that the producers of a soybean monoculture, which is almost on their territory, threw onto the side of their homes. Argentina is the country that applies the most agrotoxins per capita, ensuring the expansion of the agricultural frontier and damaging ecosystems. In addition to this, last year approximately 1.5 million hectares were burned. I have no doubts that every fire is political and that droughts, which are becoming and will be more frequent, are also political. We could endlessly continue mentioning concrete data and examples of subjugation on most vulnerable sectors. We could write volumes about it. There is a common denominator that I cannot fail to mention. These injustices arise from an extractive and withering production system, and they are replicated not only in Tucumán, but also in Argentina, in Latin America, and throughout the global south. The current model of an environmental degradation responds to the logic of a globalized capitalist economic model and to the demands of a world market. A system that is based on commodification of nature. A system designed for a few at the expense of a majority that deepens social gaps and consolidates the consequences of the climate crisis. This model is the result of the imposition of a project of planned misery by the imperialist powers on the north on the people of the south. The climate crisis affects us all, but the crucial point is to understand that it does not affect us all in the same way. The global north is responsible for the death in human and ecological terms suffered by the global south. It is no coincidence that in the regions where extractive mega projects are deployed the most, there is more poverty and hunger than in the countries the people responsible for these mega projects come from. Enough is enough. It's time for those who see our land as an open door to exploit natural resources to begin rethinking what the meaning of the concept development really is. No, it's not fair what we are going through as humanity. However, here we are, striking in Glasgow as leaders decide what's better or worse for our future. I know, guys, I know, we are sick. We are sick of the blah, blah, blah. It saddens me to see the ineffectiveness, the lack of action, the ignorance, the disinterest, the denial, and the procrastination. But look around us. It isn't incredible? I'm excited to be standing here with you, thinking that the same collective activist action I developed in my country, each one of you develops in your own homelands. Come on, despair is not an option. Let's not lower our arms. The way is definitely collective, and the revolution will be always in the streets. Remember, if the present is one of struggle, the future is forever us. Si el presente es lucha, el futuro es nuestro.
Thank you so much, Nina. Up next, from the Papua New Guinea, we have Ricky Up. Woo!
Good afternoon, Glasgow. Can I see the fist up? There you go. My name is Raki Up. I'm the spokesperson of Free West Papua campaign, and I stand here in full solidarity on behalf of the indigenous peoples of West Papua. West Papua is the western half of the island of New Guinea, world's largest tropical island, described as one of the most frontline areas with the most unique land and marine biodiversity. This is my climate change story, and of that of my people. As political refugee from West Papua after the Indonesian military assassinated my father 4 months before I was born, me and my family had to flee to the Netherlands, where I grew up as Dutch citizen and joined the Dutch army because I thought that is the way to protect human rights, peace and justice. But I found out something else, that behind this militarism there's a huge political game, and that has transformed me to the freedom fighter I may become today, an indigenous climate change activist. Imagine that your father was murdered just because he was making music about the pristine land, about the desire towards freedom, about upholding your culture, and that he was murdered about that. Imagine that 1/3 of all this audience was murdered the last 60 years, which is happening in West Papua, estimated by NGOs. 500,000 indigenous West Papuans. Once the home of the indigenous West Papuans, New Guinea Island has become a colonized land by Indonesia today, having world's largest gold mine owned by a US mining corporation. BP with having their one of the largest LNG gas projects, and palm oil companies destroying our ancient lands. World's 3rd largest land threatened with extinction of how the people. If I reflect you, our current status, 4.6 billion years of life, to just 10 years to prevent the irreversible destruction of Earth's ecosystems. What does innovation and development mean? So this is what climate justice is about. And if I may reflect one of the outcomes of the UN IPCC that states that just 5% of world's populations exist of indigenous communities, have preserved more than 80% of world's remaining biodiversity. They are the most important stakeholders who've been ignored at Cop26. Let me underline that. And if I may show you one other number, that 96% of all deforestations due to coal, mining, fossil fuel, cattle, happens on the same indigenous lands such as the Amazon, West Papua and other parts of the global south. So the climate crisis happens on indigenous lands and is still happening there. But we have a way out. But we are not climate victims. We became climate leaders. Can I see fists up? We are the protectors of world's ecosystems. And yesterday, under the leadership of the provincial government, an indigenous-led government awaiting by His Excellency President Wenda, we have launched a green state vision. Go visit it, www.greenstatevision.info. We are taking the lead. We know how to manage pristine land. We know how to protect the world's third largest rainforest and preserve the world's largest tropical island. And we are taking the lead, kicking out these polluters and offering the world a solution. Thank you very much and build alliances. Just a small invitation for upcoming Sunday. Please do join the March Against Climate Colonialism on Sunday, meeting outside Barclays on Ohga Street at 1:30 Thank you very much and keep up the momentum!
That was absolutely incredible. We have to stand with our land defenders, especially in the Pacific where they're facing effects right now and have been facing them for decades now. This is not a future problem anymore. Up next, I'd like to welcome two speakers from a Fridays for Future working group who work with activists in risk zones where it's dangerous and even life-threatening to be an activist. So I'd like to welcome Lena and Ali.
We are Ali and Lena from the Fridays for Future Activism Risk Zone Task Force, which has and is supporting activists at risks since early 2019. In the past few weeks, we have been working with all of our capacities to evacuate climate activists from Afghanistan. Afghanistan, a country that has been at war for more than 40 years. Generations have fought and sacrificed a lot for the end of the war and have worked hard with care to rebuild their homeland, to make a sustainable future for Afghanistan possible. Once activists in Afghanistan called for help, we started our operations and managed to evacuate around 50 people so far. 3 of those young people are Camila, Ahmad and Madina.
Camila's life has been in danger because she is a young woman, bravely fighting for climate justice. She has now been evacuated to Pakistan. After the Taliban took over, she has received many death threats. But let us quote her here. So far, we have worked together to protect the environment. If you really work for the environment to save people, we work with you. And now we ask you to cooperate for a visa in a country for a better life and future. Now I live in Pakistan in unknown circumstances, alone and away from my family. I am a girl. I am vulnerable even in Pakistan. I'm very worried and anxious, and my family is worried about me. I do not sleep well at night until the morning. My tears flow. My heart is full of despair. Maybe you understand what such a life is like. If it's difficult to understand, just spend one night in a place where your future is unknown, away from family or friends. Then you will know about me. So with tears in my eyes and my heart in despair and in a state of distress, I ask you to help me as soon as possible. I am a person. Can you bring me to a safe country? Doesn't your heart burn for me? Thank you for listening to the story of a young, lonely and unfortunate girl.
Ahmed. Ahmed has been actively advocating for children's rights in Afghanistan and started Fridays for Future in Afghanistan. And because of that, he has received many threats from the Taliban. Ahmed says, I lived in Kabul all my life, born in the province of Panjshir. We had bittersweet days in Kabul, good memories of marches and gathering with friends, and bitter memories of losing our best friends to war and terror. But we had a hope to live for our plans and goals, big and small. When we used to march, it was hard and worrying that something bad would happen to all of us. We had future strategies and plans. We were planning the future of Fridays for Future Afghanistan. But when the Taliban came, the government collapsed once and for all. We had to forget our plans, our dreams, our works, our goals. Our only struggle became our survival and how to get out of Afghanistan. We have thousands of memories and we have had our future plans. We are now alienated from them at our homeland. Could you imagine this for a moment? When we were being evacuated, we felt like waiting at the end of the world. And we accepted all the danger and our fate. And now, we're worried and anxious for our families and friends. We are aware of the terrible and ugly event there at every moment.
Madina has been advocating for climate justice for several years now. She now lives safely in Berlin and is trying to pursue her dreams. She's saying, I always wanted to be strong like a man because of my childhood. I grew up like a man because this country does not value girls and women. Doing workshops for women and children was not easy for me. I am a woman living in a country that has had its people burning and dying due to the politics of another country. But recently the country had progressed. Afghanistan is in need of environmental action because of the bad consequences of climate change, such as water scarcity. As a young environmental activist, I urge the whole world to pay attention because Afghanistan will be a dangerous country in the future. I was expelled by the Taliban by force, and there was no hope for me to continue my education. Members of Fridays for Future like myself wish for a day where there is no war in the world and people do not burn because of the policies of other countries.
We are worried about Camila, Ahmed and Madina's families, as well as other people who have been evacuated to Pakistan. There is a possibility that if we remain unsuccessful in finding a country for them where they can be resettled, that the Pakistani government would deport them back to Afghanistan.
And now we are here because we need your support. We need you all to help us raise funds to keep them safe and to evacuate more people. We need you to ask your governments to start humanitarian programs for activists and other people who are on the Taliban's wanted list. We need to speak about this everywhere, as long as Camila, Ahmed, Madina and the rest cannot be here. Imagine these would be European climate activists. No environmental organization would forget about them so quickly. FFF Afghanistan has no representation at this conference, neither at this climate strike. Let us fight together to leave no one behind.
Leave no one behind!
We are super excited to platform those voices, especially because in Glasgow we have a history of supporting the refugees, especially, some of you will remember, on Kinnear Street when we prevented a family being deported. Say it loud and say it clear. Refugees are welcome here. Say it clear. Refugees are welcome here. Woo! Okay, up next we have Fraser Stewart, who is a researcher and something else that I forgot, activist. He researches at Strathclyde Uni, just up the road, so praise him.
Can I first say that it's an absolute privilege to be here with the speakers that are on the bill today. I come from a working class community here in Scotland. The kind of community that they say cannot care about the climate crisis. They tell us that climate is the concern of the lovey middle classes and angry young people like you. They insist that working class people couldn't possibly care about the planet that they live on or the other people who live here. But this could not be further from the truth, because there are people everywhere, trust me, from the suburbs to the schemes, who are worried and raging about the climate crisis. People everywhere who are outraged at the loss and damage and destruction being caused by our leaders' lack of action. People everywhere who call bullshit on governments who say that they cannot afford to end poverty or vaccine apartheid or climate chaos while funneling billions into fossil fuels everywhere. People everywhere who see through the hypocrisy of governments claiming to be climate leaders on one hand and then opening new oil fields and coal mines with the other. People everywhere who know that climate change has already devastated millions of most affected people around the world, and who know that, like everything, it is those with the least means and the least responsibility who will be hit the hardest and forced to clean up the mess. The temperature is rising from the suburbs to the schemes, I promise you that. They say around here that climate's only a concern for folk who don't have to worry about the real issues of poverty and inequality every day. But these are not separate issues, because the climate crisis is driven by exactly the same things that drive poverty and inequalities the world over, and it makes those problems worse. It is driven by the same governments and bosses who think that their profit and growth is worth more than lives and livelihoods and a livable planet. By the same broken economic system that demands the exploitation of marginalised people and working class people everywhere, that exploits the planet itself for the sake of personal financial gain, and a crisis that hits those already fighting for equity and dignity and respect, especially those women and people of colour in the global south, while those with most power and responsibility never have to feel a thing. This is not just a crisis of climate or emissions. This is a crisis of justice, of inequality, of poverty, of racism, classism, intersection in between, in every single corner of the planet. This is why we say that climate justice is social justice, and why we bring these struggles together, because these are not separate struggles. Because building a greener and fairer world that supports communities and people and nature everywhere means uprooting the same broken system together. They say that working class people know nothing and care less about climate justice. But there is one thing that we do know for certain, that working class and marginalised people know better than anywhere in the world. We know that there is power in solidarity. We know that there is strength in uniting our struggles to force real change. We know that we all can have justice, but only if we are willing to stand together and demand it. So to everyone here today, or watching at home, from the suburbs to the schemes, from the north to the south, I say this: this is our fight. From frontline activists to frontline workers, this is our fight. From George Square to Raleigh to Kampala, this is our fight. From Dundee to Dhaka, Aberdeen to the Amazon, this is our fight. Because climate justice is social justice. Because together we are powerful, and because together we can demand the safer present and the fairer, greener future that all of us deserve. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have a really, really special act, I think. We have some indigenous people who are here to share their voices. They're from lots of different countries. We have Guatemala, Mexico, and they're going to share some of their culture with you guys. So, it's a lot of them, so it might take a little while to come up.
Sou indígena do povo Sateré-Malé de Manaus, do Amazonas, Amazônia, Brasil. Hello, I am Samela Sateré-Malé, of the Sateré-Malé people in Manaus, Brazil, in the Amazon. Eu não podia deixar de falar aqui sozinha sem a presença das minhas irmãs indígenas, meus parentes indígenas. I couldn't come here alone without the presence of my brothers and sisters, indigenous brothers and sisters. Nós, povos indígenas, somos os principais defensores do meio ambiente. We, the indigenous people, are the main defenders of the environment. Nós estamos aqui enquanto povos indígenas do Brasil e também do Equador, mas enquanto povos indígenas do Brasil, nós estamos com uma delegação de cerca de 40 lideranças indígenas. Estamos aqui para denunciar toda a política genocida do governo brasileiro. We are here as indigenous people from both Brazil and the equator, but as Brazil we have about 40 indigenous people here to denounce Brazil's government genocidal politics. No Brasil, nossas terras indígenas não estão sendo demarcadas e todos os dias nós sofremos com as consequências das mudanças climáticas. In Brazil, our lands aren't being demarked and we are suffering every day from climate change. Nós defendemos os nossos territórios com a nossa vida. Nossos parentes indígenas estão morrendo, sendo assassinados. As nossas crianças e Yanomami estão morrendo afogadas nos rios. We are every day defending our territories with our lives. Indigenous people are dying. We have to die. Our brothers and sisters are dying. Yanomami children are dying in the rivers. They're being killed. O povo Munduruku bebe água poluída de mercúrio porque grandes empresas de mineração estão matando os nossos rios. The Munduruku people have to drink water contaminated by mercury because big companies are contaminating our rivers. Muitas terras indígenas no Brasil estão em processo de destruição porque o governo não faz a demarcação. Uma delas é a terra indígena Laclanoxoclém. Demarcation is not happening in Brazil because the government refuses to help us get our land. Por isso, a nossa delegação dos povos indígenas do Brasil veio com a mensagem demarcação já. Nós queremos demarcar nossas terras indígenas, porque chega de genocídio, chega de mineração, chega de desmatamento, chega de queimada nos nossos territórios. So we come here with a message, demarcation now. We want our lands, and it's enough. We've had enough. Principais defensores do meio ambiente. E também tem vários povos indígenas, não só no Brasil, que estão sofrendo as consequências das mudanças climáticas e as questões ambientais. We, the indigenous people, are the main defenders of the environment. And there are many, many other people that are not from Brazil, and they're also in the front lines and suffering because of climate change. Eu sou Sansa Teremaué, sou ativista do Friday for Future Brasil e também da articulação dos povos indígenas do Brasil. I am Sansa Teremaué. I am a part of Fridays for Future Brazil and also the articulation of the indigenous people of Brazil. E agora eu gostaria que a minha parenta Abigail, também indígena do Equador, trouxesse suas palavras e suas reivindicações aqui também. And now I would like my sister Abigail from Ecuador to speak as well.
Soy Abigail Hualenga, vengo del pueblo originario quichua de Sarayaku, que está ubicado en la Amazonía ecuatoriana. Estamos de la nacionalidad quichua, guaraní, compañeros de la costa, que cada uno de nosotros estamos resistiendo en nuestros territorios.
My name is Abigail Hualenga. I'm from the Quichua people of Sarayaku in the Ecuadorian Amazon. I am here with delegations, indigenous delegations from Ecuador of the Guarani, Quichua, and the coastal indigenous people.
Soy madre, soy joven, estamos una delegación de jóvenes que hemos venido desde muchos kilómetros de aquí. ¿Por qué? Porque es indignante escuchar los discursos, los dobles discursos de nuestros representantes gubernamentales.
I am a young mother, and we are here, a delegation of young indigenous people, because we are outraged of the double discourses, the hypocritical discourses of our governments here at the COP.
Cuando en la COP escuchamos a nuestro presidente dar un discurso de que nos está protegiendo, dar un discurso cuando en realidad en nuestros territorios nos está terminando, los bosques están siendo destruidos sin tener piedad, porque en cada lugar, en cada territorio estamos seres humanos que estamos conservando ese territorio vivo.
We have heard our government come here to the COP speak about how they're protecting wildlife. But that is not true. In our territories, they're killing us. They're killing wildlife. They're killing forests.
Cuando viene desde nuestro país, dando concesiones petroleras, mineras, viene acá una cumbre mundial que es para hablar del cambio climático y viene a decir que todo en nuestro país está bien, cuando en realidad todos estamos siendo criminalizados por este gobierno.
In our country, they are concessioning our indigenous territories to oil companies and mining companies. And they're criminalizing our indigenous leaders, incarcerating them.
Siendo una mínima parte de población, somos el 80% que hemos la de la biodiversidad que está conservado por los pueblos originarios, y creo que por esta razón nuestras voces, nuestras propuestas deben ser escuchadas en todos los convenios internacionales sobre el cambio climático.
As many of you probably already know, we're small indigenous people make up a small percentage of the world's population, but we are protecting more than 80%
of the world's biodiversity. And for this reason, our voices should be listened to in this COP spaces. Our voices should be heard.
Queremos hacer un pedido a los gobiernos, a las organizaciones internacionales como la ONU, la UE, que sea el territorio de los pueblos originarios sea declarado selva viva, porque nosotros tenemos una conexión muy importante, que tal vez para los demás parezca algo que no exista. Que el causa Sacha, selva viviente, sea declarado jurídicamente en los acuerdos internacionales como ser vivo sujeto de derecho.
We call upon world leaders, we call upon international organizations like the UN, environmental organizations, to recognize and declare legally our territories, living forests, because those territories are alive. All those beings that live on the land are alive.
Que los líderes, los representantes, nuestros dirigentes de cada uno de nuestros territorios tengan la seguridad por su vida, tengamos la seguridad por nuestra vida, porque luchar, gritar en defensa de nuestro territorio es como estarnos exponiendo a la muerte, porque cada uno de nuestros líderes, nuestros dirigentes en cada uno de nuestros territorios están siendo amenazados.
We also call upon the world to protect indigenous land defenders, indigenous leaders, because when we are fighting, when we are protecting our forests, land and biodiversity, we are putting our lives and our bodies on the line. We're constantly threatened for doing this work.
Los pueblos originarios estamos muy preocupados porque somos los primeros en ya recibir tenemos los efectos de cambio climático. Nuestro pueblo recientemente ha pasado por una inundación que antiguamente sucedía cada 50 años. Ahora es cada mes, cada 2 meses. Nos hemos quedado sin casa, sin nuestra chacra, sin nuestra alimentación. Y es muy triste saber que venimos acá para que nos escuchen y no tenemos ni siquiera espacios donde nos puedan escuchar y acoger nuestras propuestas.
We call upon everyone to support us and support our voices and our demands, because not only are we the first ones to be affected by extractive industries such as the fossil fuel industry, but we're also the first ones to feel the effects of climate change. Recently, just last year, our community was flooded by massive floods that never happened, or that happened maybe every 50 years, and now it's happening every month, every 2 months. We lost houses. Houses were washed away. Schools for children were washed away by the river. The bridge was washed away. Our food, our crops, everything.
Hago pedido a cada uno de ustedes que en nuestras condiciones, que en nuestra posibilidad, hagamos algo por cuidar el planeta, porque los acuerdos que hacen en las cumbres internacionales son soluciones falsas. Entonces el cambio está en cada uno de nosotros para poder seguir viviendo. Gracias.
In your everyday lives, because the agreements that they are making inside the COPs are false solutions. The solutions is with us. It's with each and one of you. So let's work together on this.
Fora Bolsonaro! Meu nome é Ninauá, sou cacique geral do povo Runicuí, na Amazônia brasileira. E eu estou aqui para trazer a voz daqueles que não puderam estar aqui, que estão sofrendo os impactos causados com os empreendimentos das multinacionais que estão investindo na região amazônica.
Hello, I am the leader of the Munihui people. I am here from the Amazon to denounce the exploration that is being done to our lands by big companies.
Nós somos os verdadeiros guardiões da floresta amazônica.
We are the real guardians of the Amazon rainforest.
Estamos lutando, temos lutado todos os dias para protegê-la, mesmo que para isso nós tenhamos que dar a nossa vida.
We are fighting every day to protect it, even if we have to give our lives for it.
E nós vamos continuar lutando.
And we're gonna keep fighting.
Nós fazemos isso não somente por nós fazemos isso por vocês também.
We don't only do it for ourselves, we do it for you as well.
Nós estamos lutando uma luta diferente para proteger a Amazônia contra a exploração predatória que todos os dias bate na porta dos nossos territórios.
We have a different fight going on. We have to fight against predatory exploration that is happening right to our land, to our home, every single day.
Nós precisamos do apoio de vocês. Nós precisamos estar juntos para defender o pulmão do mundo, que é a Amazônia.
We need your help. We need to act together to defend the lungs of the world that are the Amazon.
No Brasil, o Congresso Nacional Brasileiro está com um ataque sistemático contra os nossos direitos dos nossos territórios.
In Brazil, the National Congress is attacking us directly, and it is not giving us the rights to our own territories.
São projetos de lei que, se aprovados forem, nós iremos enfrentar uma nova onda de genocídio no Brasil.
They are law projects that, if they are pushed through, we will have to fight another wave of genocide in Brazil.
Estão tentando flexibilizar os nossos direitos garantidos dentro da Constituição, nos acordos internacionais, para flexibilizar o nosso território, para entregarem às indústrias predatórias.
They are trying to decrease our rights, to decrease our territories, and to give rights to predatory industries.
E eu sei que vocês se importam. Eu sei que vocês sabem da importância da Amazônia para a existência da futura geração. E eu sei que vocês não vão nos deixar sozinhos nessa luta.
And I know that you care. I know that you care about the survival of the Amazon. And I know you won't leave us alone in this fight.
Eu quero finalizar dizendo que hoje nós estamos na Cop26. Eu acompanho a Cop desde a Rio+20.
I want to finalize by saying that we are at Cop26. I'm here at Cop since Rio 20.
E todos os anos, em todas as Cop, se fazem acordos, se discute bilhões para proteger as nossas biodiversidades. Porém, isso não está resolvendo. Os líderes mundiais têm que discutir ações concretas que vai resolver o problema da crise climática. Porque os acordos que estão sendo feitos nas COP não estão resolvendo nada.
The deals that are being made by the global leaders, they're talking about billions of dollars, but they're not solving anything.
São 1,7 bilhões anunciado para a proteção da Amazônia. Porém, este recurso, talvez ele nem chegue nas nossas comunidades, muito menos vai proteger os nossos territórios ou vai garantir uma vida melhor, social, para as nossas famílias.
It's 1.7 billion being discussed for indigenous people, but none of it might actually get to us. None of it might actually help us or bring us security.
Queria agradecer aos organizadores que nos convidaram para poder fazer essa fala. Quero dizer isso não com emoção, eu quero dizer isso com indignidade. Com indignidade porque é isso que nós estamos vivenciando todos os dias dentro dos nossos territórios.
I want to thank the organizers for inviting us, and I don't say this with emotion, I say it with indignation, because this is what we're fighting every day in our territories.
E vou, para finalizar mesmo, vou dizer que uma das soluções, uma das verdadeiras soluções para a crise climática é devolver os territórios sagrados do nosso povo. Demarcação já! Demarcação já! Demarcação já!
Climate crisis is to give us back our sacred territories.
Hello, my name is Elena Walinga. I come from the same community as Abigail. My community is a community that has been suffering from the oil industry since before I was even born. And that is the reality of many, many indigenous and Amazonian communities in Ecuador and in the other Amazonian countries. But I want to talk about how is this even possible? How is it even possible that we have every year more concessions, and how we every year can see more oil platforms being built in the Amazon? It is only possible because there are people financing that. And the same people that are perpetuating this violence on our lands are the same ones having the negotiations over there in that building at COP. We need to start talking about this. Behind every murder that happens in the Amazon, or that happens to every killing that happens to a land defender, there is a company behind that, there is a government behind that, there is a name behind that. US and European banks are every day financing and investing in the Amazon destruction. They're investing in the killing of the Amazon and in the killing of the people. There are people actually responsible for this, and we need to hold them accountable. Everyone behind me comes from a people that has been fighting not just to protect their lands, but for our survival. I'm 19, this has been happening for years and years and years, and I'm only following the footsteps of my people and of my elders. And now the youth here have come here because it's, this has been going on for generations and generations. The people behind me grew up in that violence, and now they have to take up on the fight so that we can defend our territories. It's not supposed to be like that. The children behind me, they're not supposed to have to do this in 20 years. Keep the oil in the ground. We need to phase out from fossil fuel, and that is, I come from a territory where they are wanting to drill oil, and then we're talking about how fossil fuel is creating climate change, how it's causing climate change. So the same thing that is happening to our lands and our territories is what is causing climate change, which is this global problem. And then we have indigenous people on the land protecting them, protecting our lands and the forests from this. But we're also the ones that are living with climate change in our lands. I just want to end this with saying support indigenous people, support the people that are protecting the forest, support the Amazon, and let's hold them accountable. Thank you.
Tunda
Voy a cantar una canción. Yo soy mujer guaraní de Yasuní, de Ecuador, en la Amazonía.
My name is Alicia and I'm a Waorani woman from the Ecuador and Amazon. I'm going to sing you a song.
Nosotros mujeres estamos dando ese mensaje para que la humanidad, las generaciones que puedan vivir en el futuro la vida del mundo, que necesitan el petróleo que quede bajo la tierra, la minería también bajo la tierra. Nosotros seríamos felices para todo el mundo que queremos una vida mejor para nosotros. Y voy a cantar una canción.
This is a message from indigenous women in the Amazon to keep oil in the ground, to stop mining. That is good for all of us, for indigenous people and for the world. And I'm going to sing this song to you now.
Nanamente gokina mange, nanamente gokina mange, nanamente gokina mange, nenge tamanyunga hang avi, nenge tamanyunga hang avi, Mi poringa waringa, mi poringa waringa, mi poringa waringa, mi poringa waringa, warete vikiana wete, warete vikiana wete, monito me bien que, monito me bien que, monito me bien que, monito me bien que, warete vikiana wete, warete vikiana wete, vamos a venir,
Aquí, buenas tardes con todas y con todos. ¿Quién puede traducir?
Good evening, everyone.
Me gustaría ver todos los letreros y todas las pancartas que han traído y banderas de los diferentes países y el pueblo mapuche que veo atrás y las huipalas.
I would like to see all the banners and all the signs that you have brought here, and also the Mapuche flag that I can see over there.
Que se vea el poder del pueblo aquí presente.
I want to see the people's power over here.
Atrás hay un hombre en ese monumento desde que llegamos resistiendo.
I've been watching this man at the monument resisting from since we got here.
Ahí está, esa es la resistencia. Somos de la Guardia Indígena de Ecuador.
That is resistance. We come from the indigenous, from Guardia Indígena from Ecuador.
Tenemos muchos muertos, heridos y gente en prisión.
We had a lot of siblings that have been murdered, that are hurt or are imprisoned.
Pero eso levantó la lucha en Chile, en Colombia y en toda Sudamérica.
But that is also what inspired for us to rise up all over South America, in Chile and in Colombia and all over South America.
Pero nuestros gobiernos dicen que eso es progreso porque la gente del otro mundo, la gente del otro color necesita nuestros minerales, petróleo y todo lo que eso hacen a nombre de ustedes.
But this is only happening because the governments are saying that they need the mines and all that is on our lands.
En nuestros países dicen que ustedes necesitan todo lo que nosotros tenemos para el progreso.
They are saying that we need this for development, that we need your lands for development.
Y yo quiero saber con una bulla si es verdad que ustedes quieren la explotación de nuestros países.
I just want to ask you, do you really want to exploit our lands? Can we get some noise?
No los escucho.
I can't hear you.
Hagamos que Bolsonaro y el presidente Lazo de nuestro país sepa que ustedes no quieren nuestros productos.
Can we let Bolsonaro and Ecuador's President Lasso know that we don't want extraction?
Entonces, les invito a luchar, les invito a pelear, les invito a pronunciarse, les invito a pensar en otro mundo que es posible, porque sin ustedes no lo podríamos lograr.
So I invite you to fight with me, to speak up and to imagine another world, because it will only be possible if we do it together.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you so much.
México. Hola. Nosotras somos una delegación de mujeres que venimos de un territorio que ahora llaman México. Somos defensoras de la tierra, de diferentes territorios que existen en este país. Venimos porque traemos un mensaje desde un futuro más esperanzador. Uno en el que logramos detener la catástrofe climática y civilizatoria. La solución no fueron los viajes espaciales y la colonización de otros planetas. No fueron las grandes negociaciones entre los poderosos, sino la organización de abajo. Los que estamos cerca de la tierra, los que sentimos la tierra, los que tenemos la tierra, los que somos propietarios de la tierra. No fue fácil, pero fue posible. Implicó tener que detener un tren Maya, al que le dicen Maya, que están construyendo en el sureste de México. También implicó detener el extractivismo en las minas en diferentes territorios del país. En 2021 asumimos la urgencia de dejar de financiar el exterminio con consumismo y empezamos a curarnos con la tierra, con el agua, con el aire. En 2021 nos quedó claro que el futuro no se negocia, el futuro se defiende. En 2021 nos dimos cuenta que las alternativas a la crisis climática siempre estuvieron aquí, viviendo en los pueblos que curan la vida, que están viviendo aquí en nosotras, en los cuerpos de nuestras abuelas, en los cuerpos de nuestros abuelos. En 2021 reconocimos la ciencia de los saberes ancestrales que nos han permitido vivir en reciprocidad con los territorios por miles de años. En 2021 asumimos la responsabilidad de entender que la naturaleza es nuestra condición de existencia, y por eso la lucha por la madre tierra es la madre de todas las tierras. Venimos aquí también a traer nuestras voces, a pedir justicia, justicia por los defensores que han sido asesinados por los gobiernos de México. Pedimos justicia por Samir. Samir vive. Justicia también queremos pedir por los pueblos de nuestros hermanos de Guatemala, por el pueblo maya de Quechí, de Lestores y Izabal. Sí a la vida, no a la minería. Hi everybody.
We are a delegation of indigenous women from different organizations and movements from all around Mexico and Guatemala. We have a message to you from a more hopeful future, one in which we manage to stop the current climate and civilizational catastrophe. The solutions to this crisis were not space travels, or the colonization or other planets. They were not the great negotiations among the most powerful people either. The solution was in the organization from below. Those of us who are close to the Mother Earth. It was not easy, but it was possible. For this, we had to fight against a train in the peninsula of Yucatan and against a train in the isthmus of Tehuantepec, against windmills, thousands of windmills that are grabbing the land in the isthmus, against mining in the territory of Estor Izabal in Guatemala, the Maya Quechua people, the mining of all over the territory of Mexico, and depressive mega projects. For this, we lost brothers and sisters. We lost Samir Flores Soberanes, who was fighting against a thermoelectrical project in Huesca, Morelos. So that's why in 2021, we assumed the urgency to stop prompting extermination with consumerism, and we began to heal ourselves with the earth. In 2021, it became clear that the future is not negotiable. The future is to be defended. In 2021, we realized that the alternatives to the climate crisis were always here. Living in the people who care for life on Earth. In 2021, we recognize the science of ancestral knowledge that has allowed us to live in reciprocity with our lands for thousands of years. As our sisters from Amazonia, they already talk about us. In 2021, we assume that the responsibility to understand that nature is our condition of existence, and the struggle for Mother Earth is the mother of all struggles. Finally, we just want to invite you to a gathering, a global gathering of indigenous women called Cura da Terra. It's a gathering to indigenous women to talk about how we heal our bodies, the land, and our souls. It will be the 10th of November at 5 p.m. in the Contemporary Center of Arts. And
That was quite long, but with a lot of people. I think it was incredibly important to hear everything they had to say. So, we have a few more speakers before we're going to finish up. Up next, I'd like to bring on Amy Ferguson from Unite the Union.
Hi, my name's Amy Ferguson. I'm a trade unionist with Unite Hospitality in Northern Ireland, and I'm also a member of International Socialist Alternative. So this week, Boris Johnson himself admitted that events like the last G8, G20, and I'd argue the COP as well, were mere drops in an overwarming ocean. These so-called world leaders and their sponsors in the fossil fuel companies have had decades and decades to act on the issue of the climate. Yet all they have for us today still is capitalist greenwashing. We have multi-billion-pound fast food companies offering us paper straws and saying job done. We have huge polluters in the fossil fuel industry continuing business as usual, and that's okay because they're planting some trees. And that's the best they can offer us. You only need to scratch the surface of their rhetoric to see that it is superficial. Since the Paris Climate Agreement in 2015, the world's largest 60 banks have invested 3.8 trillion in fossil fuel companies. That's not just inaction, that's the active wrecking of our planet. Whilst the delegates of COP pat themselves on the back whilst doing as little as they can get away with without stepping on the toes of their fossil fuel sponsors, we need to remember it's not them that put the climate on the agenda. It was the millions of students and ordinary people across the world who did that. It is these movements that have offered us a lifeline. The other week I was at my union's policy conference alongside hundreds of other delegates representing over 1 million workers across the UK and Ireland. At that conference we had a significant discussion on how we can deal with the climate crisis. Workers in heavy industries, in transport, etc. stood up to talk about how inspired they have been by the climate movement. They were talking about how necessary it is for our movements to link up. And it was recognised that while some like to pretend that we have to choose between a habitable planet and employment, the opposite is actually the case. There's so much work to be done in building green infrastructure, in developing new technologies internationally. And again, the initiative for such is not coming from above. The initiative and the know-how is coming from ordinary working class people. In Belfast, a couple of years ago, the workers at Harland & Wolff shipyard were threatened with job losses and the closure of their yard. But instead of just accepting that fate, the workers occupied their yard and offered a clear solution to the crisis. They said their skills should be put to use in building green infrastructure. They ended up saving their jobs. Now, consider the real workers who threatened strike action in Glasgow here last week over pay. When those workers withdraw their labour, they could have cities at a standstill and there'd be no ignoring them. And just because of the mere threat of using that power, they've won a pay rise. Now imagine if all of us fighting for investment in free public transport linked up with the workers in those sectors to exert our collective power. We could be unstoppable. And by the way, I just also want to add, it's absolutely amazing to see our striking comrades in the GMB here, so full solidarity to them. Our energies after this week must not dwindle. We need to focus on trying and building and developing on those links, on organising together for such actions down the line. And again, it's working class and young people who are pointing the way out of this crisis. We have the power, the plans and the ideas, but we can't control what we don't own. Our movement needs to set its sights on dealing with the root of this crisis. We can't afford to allow the capitalist system, the billionaires, the CEOs and their politicians to continue on their wrecking path. We have to take the power out of the hands of those who do not care. The alternative needs to be socialist. It needs to be based on the public ownership and democratic control of the major corporations and finance sector. This would allow us to develop an international plan to meet the needs of people and the planet, not just the bank accounts of the rich. Now, the politicians have been telling us to be realistic, to be moderate, And in response to that, I want to repeat the words of Scottish-born Irish trade unionist James Connolly. Our demands, most moderate, are, we only want the earth. Thank you.
The workers, united, will never be defeated. The workers, united, will never be defeated. Thank you.
Okay, pretty good.
Amazing. Okay. Up next we have Jean, who's from the Philippines.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am John Bonifacio from the Southern People's Action on Cop26. I'm also part of Youth Advocates for Climate Action Philippines and Fridays for Future Most Affected Peoples and Areas. Right now, just a bus ride away from here, world leaders are talking about youth empowerment in addressing climate change. And for the past few days, and actually decades, youth around the world have tried to play a role in all the negotiations about our present and future. And yet we, the youth from the Global South, alongside so many more of the most impacted peoples of the world, are here. That is because we have been excluded. Peoples who have fought tooth and nail to get here to Glasgow, while billionaires and fossil fuel CEOs coming in their private jets and super yachts get to speak at COP and lecture us on how to save the planet. The Philippines is one of the most impacted countries when it comes to the climate crisis. I have witnessed firsthand how two of the costliest typhoons to ever hit the country just last year, floods reaching the roofs of 2- or 3-story buildings, lives and livelihoods erased overnight. On top of this, our President Rodrigo Duterte is cracking down on environmental activism, calling for the massacre of indigenous Lumad peoples, other land and environment defenders, and shutting down climate activists by calling us terrorists. It's no wonder that the Philippines has remained the deadliest country in Asia for 8 consecutive years. Gloria Capitan, Obilo Bayao, Datu Victor Danyan, all assassinated under the Duterte regime for protesting against destructive coal, mining, and plantation projects in the Philippines. The climate crisis is not an issue, it's an issue of today, not 2050, not 2030. And each second these world leaders delay action towards global mitigation and adaptation condemns billions across the world to an unlivable future. And it is exactly what they are doing at COP, which in all its exclusion has devolved into a celebration of pointless promises of world leaders, patting themselves on the back, all the while sacrificing millions in the global south on the altar of capitalism and imperialism. The climate crisis is rooted in the imperialist exploitation of people and planet. Around the world, the global south bears the brunt of climate change and ecological degradation. All driven by a system that places profit over people's lives. We only stand a chance at changing society for the better if we look beyond conferences like COP and look around us. It is through collective organized action with the people that we can work to address the crisis holistically, both from the grassroots all the way to the international level. Nevertheless, we echo the demands of the peoples of the world. World leaders of the global north, deliver on your commitment to provide $100 billion yearly to the most impacted countries. Rapid, just, and equitable emissions reductions in line with the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. This is the bare minimum that needs to be done. And we are well aware that the global north owes so much more to the south from the impacts of climate change, historical and ongoing colonialism, and so much more. So the world leaders, again, we are here and we will not be ignored. If Cop26 will just be a space for so-called world leaders to talk to one another, then we will make our own space, the youth, alongside the other oppressed sectors of society, and forge our own way forward to build a society that's sustainable, just, and puts people and planet over profit. So what do we want? When do we want it? What do we want? When do we want it? Thank you very much.
Up next, from the Brazil Black Coalition, we have Marcelo Rocha.
Hello everyone, I'm Marcelo Rocha, activist for climate and racial justice. I'm come from Brazil, from my community in Mauá. Also, I'm activist with Black Coalition of Brazil. And the articulation of bring together more than 200 organizations from Brazil. who have denounced and constant struggle against the genocide of the black population in Brazil. Our defenders, our territories and space of environmental is human life and against the environmental racism. The fundamental debate in climate racism is still not widely accepted or defined by environmental movements, climate movements and great leaders. As a result, we have a lack of environmental secure urban and rural territories with a majority of the black population impacted by expropriation, water, air pollution, extreme weather events, house of risk in areas, waste disposal, lack of access to service of sanitation, impacted by floods, landslides, wetborne disasters, among others. The climate crisis is also humanitarian. It has direct impact on our black lives, our black population in the world. The government of Brazil has violated environmental laws and codes, and the result has the death of the black people in Brazil. The deforestation, the forests from Amazon, Cerrado, Caatinga, Atlantic Forest, and Pantanal. In the case of Amazon, the forest, indigenous people and quilombola communities have been impacted by deforestation and criminal activities of legal or illegal mining. Criminal actions are added to legal and of North, Midwest and Northwest regions, impacting the territories of the traditional peoples and communities. Cop26 must be ambitious and realistic in the proposed for climate change. Developed countries and the unsustainable carbonization of the planet, our inequalities have produced over 200 years. And the collective response of developing and the poor countries for the most part and the most affected people. The global north need here the global south. The global north need here the black people. The global north need here the Brazil people, the Amazon people, the Quilombolas people, the people of global south, the people of Latin America. Poor developing countries cannot go back to being colonies and again impacted by new zero carbon but industrialization for only the North people. It's time to stop worrying about the loss of profit in transnational corporations. Not is for corporations, it's for the people, it's for the life, it's for the people most affected by climate crisis. It's urgent to consider other development models, other ways to living in society and reconnecting human relationships that constitute of part of nature. It's necessary to consider the technology of the peoples in the global south in different voices. Voice of women, LGBT, voice of youth, quilombolas, and the peripheral people. Environmental racism and climate racism affect all movements, affect all lives, and now the black people not in silence more. It's time to hear black voice here. This is a dream of Luther King. This is a dream of Malcolm. This is a dream of Lélia Gonzalez. This is a dream of Emicida, Zumbi dos Palmares. This is a dream of the black people in quilombos and favelas in Brazil. Decolonize your climate solutions. Decolonize your climate solutions. Decolonize your climate solutions. Climate justice without racial justice is new colonialism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite our last group speech to the stage. So we have from Colombia, we have, are you ready guys? We have Laura, we have Gabriela, we have Juan, and we have Emiliana.
I don't need to give up on that.
are climate activists from Colombia, and today we want to honor the socio-environmental defenders that have been killed in the last 2 years of no COP. Colombia is the most dangerous country to be an environmental defender in the whole world, and no one cares. Especially in this kind of events as Cop26 that are built on racism, capitalism, and spectacle. A couple of days ago, there was an event hosted by Global Witness here in Glasgow about environmental defenders and social justice. And they didn't call any Colombian defender, and neither had language accessibility. Knowing that Latin America is the most dangerous region to be an environmental defender, and it has been for many, many years. And we evidently don't speak English as our first language. Today, we want to name environmental leaders and invite you to join our fight for the life and our land. Because in our country, we had a peace agreement that had been destroyed by our president. And although he says in these events that he's a leader of climate action, he's doing nothing to protect the life and work of environmental leaders on the ground.
In our country, we say, those who die defending life cannot be considered dead. We would like to invite you to join us in saying some of their names. We cannot say all of their names because it would become night if we said all of their names. We will each name one environmental defender that was assassinated in our country and their story. After, we will say justice for this leader, and we would like you to answer back in unison, justice, while raising your fist. Let's try it now. Maritza Isabel Quiroz was a land defender and peasant leader. She was assassinated in Santa Marta in 2019. Justice for Maritza.
Justice!
Juana Perea, she was an environmental leader and women's organizer opposed to the Puerto of Truga, and she was assassinated in Nuquí in 2020. Justice for Juana.
Justice!
Magdalena Cucunava, she was an indigenous people's defender from the Macaguan community, and she was assassinated in Arauca in 2019. Justice for Magdalena.
Justice! Jamit Alonso Silva Torres. He was defender of the Cocuy National Park, and he was assassinated in Boyacá last year. Justice for Jamit. Justice!
And many more, but time won't be enough to name all of them. That's why we need the Escazú Agreement to be ratified, because it's the link between climate justice and human rights, and it's the only mechanism to protect them. Because we won't achieve any solution here at Cop26 even though if we don't defend the defenders.
We need your help now. We need your help for holding our countries accountable for human rights violations, because they're not saying anything about this, and they're lying to everybody here at this type of events like Cop26. They're not saying the truth, and we need your help, because there is not a single climate goal that could be achieved if we do not protect first life of those who defend their territory and the most important ecosystems, social ecosystems we need for counteracting climate crisis. So there's no climate action without climate justice. That's why we need your help to put pressure to our countries, because they're not saying a single word, and here they are greenwashing all the things they do back home.
We would like your help now. You can help us because our government does not care what we say in Colombia, but they care what Europeans think. So right now, we need all of your voices together to ask our government to ratify the Escazú Accord. Here is how to say it. Let's practice. Escazú. So now I will say, what do we want? And you are going to answer Escazú. And when do we want it? Now. Are you ready? What do we want? Escazú. When do we want it? Now. What do we want? Escazú. When do we want it? Now. Thank you very much.
Up next we have a speaker I'm very, very excited to introduce. You might have seen her on the cover of Time recently. Vanessa Nakate from Uganda. Good luck.
Thank you for coming out here. Once again, we are faced with another COP event. How many more of these should they hold until they realize that their inactions are destroying the planet? We are seeing the impacts of the climate crisis. I come from Kampala, Uganda, a country that has one of the fastest changing climates in the world. And allow me explain it this way. Abantu bafa, ennimiro z'abantu ziggwawo, abaana tebakyagenda ku masomero. When I say this, I mean people are dying, children are dropping out of school, people's farms are being destroyed. Tetumanyi the kind of future we are going into. We are in a crisis. We are in a disaster that is happening every day. Ebyamaguzi by'abantu bigwawo, amataba mu Kampala and different parts of the country. When I say that, I mean floods are ravaging different parts of Kampala, different parts of Uganda, and across the African continent. Historically, Africa is responsible for only 3% of global emissions, and yet Africans are suffering some of the most brutal impacts fueled by the climate crisis. But while the African continent, while the global south is on the front lines of the climate crisis, they are not on the front pages of the world's newspapers. We've seen activists from the most affected areas being erased from pictures, from conversations, and removed from rooms. But how will we have climate justice if people from the most affected areas are not being listened to? The climate crisis is here now, but the dry land can be glad again. The farms can blossom again. The animals can rejoice because there is water to drink. There is a loud singing in once parched lands. The pain and suffering is gone. There is a celebration of the people because the disasters are gone. Our history is visible. There is no fear of losing it. We won't have to just tell our children about our cultures because they will see and experience them themselves. We won't have to fight for limited resources because there will be enough for everyone. There is food to drink, there is food to eat and water to drink. Children can go to school with no fear of dropping out. There is joy and singing because finally no child can be forced into marriage. Once flooded places will dry and bloom again. There is triumph in the city because the power of the people finally won. The world is green again. Nature has been restored. The planet and creation is respected. Another world is necessary, another world is possible, and this is just a glimpse of it. And today, we shall continue to fight on in every way we can. We cannot give up now. We need to continue holding leaders accountable for their actions. We cannot keep quiet about climate injustice. Your actions matter. No action is too small to make a difference, and no voice is too small to make a difference. Let us keep the faith for the future. Which faith will give us the hope for the world not yet seen, but the world that we can imagine, the world that I just told you about. And above all, the love for the people and for the planet. 3 things should stay with us as we continue to organize and mobilize and strike and speak up and demand for climate justice. That is faith, hope, and love. And the greatest of these things is love. Because when we continue to love the people, when we continue to love the planet, that will be the strength we need to fight for a future that is sustainable, that is healthy, that is clean and equitable for all of us. Thank you.
That was incredible. I'd like to invite our second last speaker, Ina Maria from Namibia. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Glasgow. Oh my goodness, so many people. How are we doing? Yo, before I start, I would like to honor all of the defenders, our indigenous people that came all the way here to deliver their messages. Honor the sacred, honor the indigenous people that are all here today. My name is Ina Maria Shikongo. I come from Namibia, a desert, a beautiful country, surrounded by 2 deserts. And today we have a company all the way from Canada, wanting to frack up the Kavango, putting my people at risk. And I am asking Cop26 today, why do you keep on whitewashing everything? Stop talking about the Nazi genocide only. Let's talk about the genocides that you have imposed on our people. Globally. You colonialists, you came to our continent, you took our ancestors, you enslaved them. That was the genocide. You went to the Americas, you caused genocides there, and you never talk about them. You went to Africa, and you are still continuing with your genocides. Boris Johnson, the genocide that you people are endorsing is happening right now. Let's talk about Cambo. Let's talk about Recon Africa. Let's talk about ECOP. What's up with all of these new oil projects? What is happening in Mendoza? Yo, people, we are tired of your neo-colonial trends. The generation that will hold you accountable is this generation. It has been born. We are here today because we know that Cop26 won't do anything. They want to continue the massacre that they have been responsible for hundreds of years already. Your world is built on the blood of our people. And we want change. We will not give up. We want justice for Ken Saro-Wiwa. You people have to be held accountable for the genocide and ecocide that you have been causing. We want justice for the people in Ecuador. Chevron, stop your lies. Free Stephen Donsinger, free him. You cannot keep on oppressing our people. You cannot keep on coming to our countries claiming that you are bringing development when all that you are bringing is devastation. You are poisoning our waters. I am here to defend my homeland today. The Kavango, the birthplace of modern humanity, the oldest DNA is in the Kavango. And yet Cop26 is there whitewashing, cropping activists out of pictures. What's up with that? We can defend ourselves. and we will defend ourselves. And now I am going to teach you a chant from my homeland. Please repeat after me. Ihatu sholola. I will just add, it means you will never give up. Ihatu sholola. Ihatu sholola. Ihatu sholola. Then again, Cop26, please stop your bullshit once again.
Definitely reiterating that message, stop the bullshit. Next up, we have our final speaker of the night. I am very, very excited to welcome Greta Thunberg.
Thank you everyone for coming. What a great day. It is not a secret that Cop26 is a failure. It should be obvious that we cannot solve a crisis with the same methods that got us into it in the first place. And more people are starting to realize this. Many are starting to ask themselves, what will it take for the people in power to wake up? But let's be clear, they are already awake. They know exactly what they are doing. They know exactly what priceless values they are sacrificing to maintain business as usual. The leaders are not doing nothing. They are actively creating loopholes and shaping frameworks to benefit themselves and to continue profiting from this destructive system. This is an active choice by the leaders to continue to let the exploitation of people and nature and the destruction of present and future living conditions to take place. The COP has turned into a PR event where leaders are giving beautiful speeches and announcing fancy commitments and targets, while behind the curtains, the governments of the global north countries are still refusing to take any drastic climate action. It seems like their main goal is to continue to fight for the status quo. And Cop26 has been named the most exclusionary COP ever. This is no longer a climate conference. This is now a global North greenwash festival. A 2-week-long celebration of business as usual and blah, blah, blah. The most affected people in the most affected areas still remain unheard. And the voices of future generations are drowning in their greenwash and empty words and promises. But the facts do not lie. And we know that our emperors are naked. To stay below the targets set in the Paris Agreement and thereby minimizing the risks of setting off irreversible chain reactions beyond human control, we need immediate, drastic, annual emission cuts unlike anything the world has ever seen. And as we don't have the technological solutions that alone will do anything even close to that, that means we will have to fundamentally change our society. And this is the uncomfortable result of our leaders' repeated failure to address this crisis. At the current emissions rates, our remaining CO2 budgets to give us the best chances of staying below 1.5 degrees Celsius will be gone within the end of this decade. And the climate and ecological crisis, of course, doesn't exist in a vacuum. It is directly tied to other crises and injustices that date back to colonialism and beyond. Crises based on the idea that some people are worth more than others and therefore have the right to steal others, to exploit others, and to steal their land and resources.
And it is very naive of us to think that we could solve this crisis without addressing the root cause of it. But this is not going to be spoken about inside the COP. It's just too uncomfortable. It's much easier for them to simply ignore the historical debt that the countries of the global north have towards the most affected people and areas. And the question we must now ask ourselves is, what is it that we are fighting for? Are we fighting to save ourselves and the living planet? Or are we fighting to maintain business as usual? Our leaders say that we can have both. But the harsh truth is that that is not possible in practice. The people in power can continue to live in their bubble filled with their fantasies, like eternal growth on a finite planet and technological solutions that will suddenly appear seemingly out of nowhere and will erase all of these crises just like that. All this while the world is literally burning on fire, and while the people living on the front lines are still bearing the brunt of the climate crisis. They can continue to ignore the consequences of their inaction, but history will judge them poorly, and we will not accept it. We don't need any more distant, non-binding pledges. We don't need any more empty promises. We don't need any more commitments that are full of loopholes and incomplete statistics and that ignore the historical emissions and climate justice. Yet, that is all that we are getting. And no, that is not radical to say. Just look at their track record. They have had 26 COPs. They have had decades of blah, 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 and where has that led us? Over 50% of all our CO2 emissions have occurred since 1990, and about a third since 2005. All this while the media is reporting on what people in power say that they are going to do, rather than what they actually do. Time and time again, the media fails to hold the people in power responsible for their action and inaction. As they continue to expand fossil fuel infrastructure, opening up new coal mines, coal power plants, granting new oil licenses, and still refusing to do even the bare minimum, like delivering on the long-promised climate finance for loss and damage to the most vulnerable and least responsible countries. This is shameful. Some people say that we are being too radical. But the truth is that they are the ones who are radical. Fighting to save our life-supporting systems isn't radical at all. Believing that our civilization, as we know it, can survive a 2.7 degree or a 3 degree hotter world, on the other hand, is not only extremely radical, it's pure madness. Out here, we speak the truth. The people in power are obviously scared of the truth. Yet, no matter how hard they try, they cannot escape from it. They cannot ignore the scientific consensus, and above all, they cannot ignore us, the people, including their own children. They cannot ignore our screams as we reclaim our power. We are tired of their blah, blah, blah. Our leaders are not leading. This is what leadership looks like. Thank you for showing up, and see you tomorrow again at the march.
Thank you all so much for coming. That was incredible to hear. I'd like to invite the group from Fridays for Future Glasgow, who are responsible for organising this incredible day. some music now, will you leave?
Well, if you can't beat them, join them. That's what I think. Get fucking use the shit away.
Okay, buddy. Are you coming tomorrow? Okay, see you then.
1, 2, 1, 2. Hey, I know a lot of you want to leave, but if you don't want to miss some music, then might you stay a little bit longer? Yeah? There's going to be chances to sing along, so, you know, don't want to miss that. Play louder, play louder.
Your mates on there. Only mates the car.
1, 2, 1, 2.
It was good. Can you see it already? Yeah, we definitely see that.
Special edition of the Socialist available this week only. Get it from I think we want to go to the end.